Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, October the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, RC. Maybe somebody in our YouTube room and William, as always. Somebody in our YouTube room, excuse me, if you can do the same. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen. All right, guys. Well, we're definitely in crazy bio world now. We've got a lot of these bios that are just moving like crazy. Thank you, Dorf, in our YouTube room. And a lot of them I can't find any news on. Some of them, like yesterday, I can't remember what the news was for X Bio, but obviously I had a big day yesterday and a bigger day today. So I was trying to find what the news was yesterday on it, but that's X Bio, a big day yesterday. But as I say, a bigger day yesterday. It closed 427 yesterday. This morning in the pre-market, it got up to 25.59, pulled back a lot, back down to 13. Thank you, Raphael, in our YouTube room. So that's XBio. Aton, ATON. This is, so it must have had some news after hours yesterday. Letter of intent for tokenization for its mesothelioma program. Okay, well, okay. That was the news that hit after hours yesterday, and after hours it hit almost $25. Still up 164% right now. I'm actually what one? Where is this one? Oh, I hope it hasn't left me yet. DGNX, guys. I'm actually looking at a short on this one. Okay, so DGNX has had a great 2 days. The only reason I'm looking at a short is because I have shorts available. There are 60,000 shares available. Don't see any news on this one today, but it started to move in a big way 2 days ago. So it has gone from 17 to 30 pre-market high, or actually pre-market high. So almost a double in less than 2 days. So I'm kind of have a price alert around 29.50 in case it takes it out. Again, that's not a recommendation to do the same thing, but I am in and it's underneath the VWAP right now, DGNX. Bull, wow. Now, Webull did a financing. Wasn't that much. I mean, it's 172 million in the float. It's down 5.5%. The financing is they're only raising, I think, $2 million. No, I don't have that headline here. Don't have that headline. But they're raising about $2 million. But maybe it was another one. But it is down for a reason, and that is Webull, BULL. Hmm. Sometimes that happens with me with Interactive Brokers. I see a headline, and then for whatever reason, it disappears for a while. Anyway, I think Bull did a financing. Now, we know this one did a financing, but it is way above the financing price, and that is SPRB. There you are, SPRB. So, yes, it's down 27%. They did a financing. They're raising $50 million, but it's way above. It's at $68, so it's way above the financing price. So far, they've done a good job at raising money at, remember, the stock was $8 2 days ago. So it's a good job getting money at 68 when the stock was $8 two days ago. And another Guten Morgen, Carlos, from our friend from Germany this morning. XTLB. Another one, I cannot find any news on it. Had a big day yesterday. Another one with a big day yesterday. Continuation. I just don't see any news on it today, but I also don't see the news on it yesterday. I think this moved after hours. Yeah, this is a big move after hours. Actually, after hours, I got up to 668. Don't know why. I don't see any news on it at all. Low floater. I mean, other than that, it's a low float. 4 million in the float. Israeli stock. How about you, William? Anything on the XTLB from yesterday? Somebody said, now that this is only personal, of course, but UPC is up. Somebody said they could not buy it at Interactive Brokers. They're preventing us from buying it. That's my broker, Interactive Brokers. UPC up 56%. And guess what? I don't see any news. Had another nice day yesterday, but I don't see any news. Ah, guys, am I back? Can you guys hear me still? Not YouTube. I'm sure YouTube you can. Can you hear me still in our in the main room? And can you see my screen? Hmm. Ah. Okay, YouTubers, I know you can hear me. Yep. No, I finally got a hold of him yesterday, Pepe. But okay. Well, I've got to try again. I'm going to have to. Yeah, that's good at least. Yeah. All right, YouTubers, I know you guys can hear me. I'm going to see if I can reload this room, the main room again. Hmm. All right, guys, I think I'm back in the main room. I just don't know how long. It may be on my end, but just give me a moment. It may be on my end because I just heard the British gentleman at Interactive Brokers telling me I just lost my connection briefly also. So I'm wondering if it's my connection somewhere here. Anyway, well, let me muddle through and hopefully this won't keep happening. And I don't know if it's on my end. So where was I? Bios, guys. I think I was talking about UPC and not being able to buy it at Interactive Brokers. But the market SPY is up a little bit. There's nothing on the economic calendar that I saw other than a couple of the Fed presidents talking, but no economic data that I could see today. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just checking a couple of things here, but hopefully we're gonna be okay. NXL, let's see, NXL is on the move here. NXL just popped, wow, 98% now. NXL secures a 15-year US design patent for Halo Clarity neuromodulation device. Okay. 15 years design patent. Okay. Through the 200-day moving average, this is shortable for me. Ooh, it's shortable for me, guys. At Interactive Brokers, NXL is shortable. 63,000 shares available through the 200-day moving average. Hmm. One of these parabolic moves. I don't typically short these cheap ones. The high looking left on the weekly chart looks like it is about there, 192. Yeah, what did it get to? It got up to 198. If you look left on the weekly chart, there are a couple of highs in that area that may stall it. It seems to have stalled it so far. You're okay now, though, can't you? Can you? Oh, really? Oh, really? Hmm. Well, I know you guys can hear me on YouTube. No video. Okay, you hear the voice, but no video. Okay, interesting. If we can get it back again. No, I know everybody can hear me on YouTube. I know that. There's 2 rooms, Jethro. Yeah, everything is fine on YouTube. It's we have another room, and it's there's a lot more action there. That's why I got to get that thing going, that room going. Okay, a lot more action, many more traders, more interaction, etc. All right. Well, we're back again. Hmm. That's okay. That's okay, Jethro. I know it's confusing when they have 2 rooms. All right. Well, I'll keep moving here, guys. So yesterday the markets were down a bit. Just want to take a look, as always, at XLE. And guys, in the main room, if you lose me again, the reason I didn't see that the last time, when I these are my this is my screen sharing icon and this is my mic icon. They go gray, okay, and I get a message saying disconnect. That didn't happen, so that's why I didn't know you guys couldn't hear me or see me. Okay, guys. So XLE. So wow, look at this, guys. XLE is getting closer again to that 200-day moving average. XLV. Take a look at healthcare. Healthcare was drifting a bit. Yeah, it's okay. Good. NXL is moving higher. Might give me a NXL is moving higher, guys. Well, look. I mean, the next high in the weekly chart is 229, 230. And then I just want to take a quick look at consumer staples. Staples is, yeah, so the only one that's down underneath the 200-day moving average is still consumer staples. That's the weak sector. Ah, hmm. So Pepe, we're gone again. Okay, so I have to do the sound check again, guys. So sound check in the main room and the can you hear me and see my screen? Everything's okay. Oh, okay. Well, I saw a big message saying no sound. And that was like a minute ago. So yes and yes. Okay. Well, must be on your end, Obi, if you can't Obi can't hear me. KYTX on the move here, guys. KYTX is on the move. KYTX is on the move. Big pop here. Coming in the next high looking left. A little bit of room. A couple of highs at around the 625 mark. Okay, so I have a feeling everybody has to do a refresh. Everyone. Yeah, you know what? This is weird because it is some of you. It's the disconnecting of the media. So I'm going to have to call or contact him again. Nothing I can do on my end right now, guys. Okay, so all right, guys, give me a moment. I'm going to have to contact the guy who looks after our room. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, all right, guys. Sorry about that. Don't again, YouTubers, you can hear me. I know. I don't know. There's just have to keep asking. But if you guys can't hear me in the main room, just keep doing a refresh. Okay. Yeah, it's only some people, William. I don't understand. I think what happened is people came in and then they didn't do a refresh once I had the problem. And so anyway, hopefully some of you can hear and some of you can't. But I've got I've contacted the Sebastian who looks after the room, and maybe there's something going on with one of his servers. All right, guys. Yeah, I got to get back to figuring out what I'm going to do here. DGNX, where is that one? DGNX. See if that is still over 30. Still have a price alert down here underneath 30. This may be something that I short if it could take out 30, guys. That's the DGNX. And the problem going over to YouTube and seeing my screen in the main room is you're going to have a bit of a delay, but nothing I can do about it. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to get the layout I'm using once it's at my 930 layout. Give me a moment, guys. No, I'm speaking. Oh, well, I am speaking. So, Monica, you were able to do it, right? So, go into have to enter your password every time. Okay, I don't know what's going on, guys. It's only affecting it's affecting enough of you that it's a pain in the whatever for me, but some it's not affecting at all. So, I don't know what to say. I have contacted the gentleman who looks after my room or the room. Hmm. Well, it's frustrating. It's frustrating for you guys. It's definitely frustrating for me. No, now I've got a oh, man. Yeah. Now my problem is I've got 2 versions of the room open because now I'm getting an echo. So, you know what? First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get the layout I'm using once this market opens, okay? The 9:30. So give me a moment, and then I'm gonna have to figure out I must have 2 versions of the room open because I'm getting an echo for me on my side. I know you guys aren't getting one, but give me a moment. No, I got a hold of, Sebastian yesterday, so he is around. I did get around or did I did see or did get a hold of him yesterday. Just give me a moment. All right, test. No, I forgot my echo on my end. I may have to shut down the room again, guys. I'm sorry. Only on my end. It's not gonna shut down you guys, but and I'm only talking about the main room, not people on YouTube. What is it, 9:26, so I have a moment to do it? Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm gonna shut down on my end. It shouldn't affect you guys at all. All right, test. Okay, so hopefully you guys can hear me in the main room. Okay, yeah, it is blank Obi. Yes, I'm shutting down. I shut down briefly. My echo is gone on my end, so hopefully you guys can hear me. And I'm just getting the screen sharing going. All right, so hopefully you guys. Okay, I'm getting you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay, well, hopefully that persists. Thanks, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know what went on. That's just happened yesterday. Yeah, poor Obi. All right, guys. Well, this is what I see. This is the top six now. The screen I had up before, the pre-market act is up, had the top 15 that were up. These are the top six that are up. So XBio is still up. Aton is obviously pulled back somewhat, not somewhat. Not short of this was never shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Too bad. The one I'm DGNX. I have to keep an eye on DGNX. It's just underneath the VWAP right now. DGNX is just underneath the VWAP right now. And again, I'm looking at this as a potential short, okay? Yeah, right, Hermes. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 9:29. So we have about less than a minute now for the market to open. All right, guys, we're now open. Now, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Just try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, guys, now HIMS, it's on the move again, but again, I'm watching my small gap breakout. Joby on the way down, okay? Joby on the way down a little bit. Yeah, not a little bit. Let's see if they any news on this one. Joby, maybe have they done a financing? Joby Aviation, yeah, they're doing wow, raising a lot of money, $513 million, 30.5 million shares raised or offered, 16.85 a share, so right at the financing price. They are raising a lot of money here, guys. Okay, guys, silver, AG, silver, well, it's not silver, not the metal. First Majestic Silver, AG, on the move. Probably a lot of the precious metals are on the move today. There's Weibo, guys. Again, I think they did a financing. I want to say 2 million shares. Wasn't a big financing. I just said I can't see that news now. Still at it, Eric. 10 years now is in our YouTube room. All right, big one from yesterday, guys. This is halted now. BQ halted on the way up. Okay, another boy. Now look what it did yesterday. Got up to, believe it or not, it got up to $50 almost yesterday. Closed down here at 11. Okay, this must have had the big drop at the end of the day. So it's above yesterday's high now, or yesterday's close. So obviously, be careful. Very low float. Nike, NKE is just gone mildly negative, below yesterday's close. The next low looking left is around 68. So a little bit of room for Nike on the way down, a little bit. Okay, DGNX. Definitely interested in a potential short of this one, guys. Hanging around the 30 mark. Underneath the VWAP. The VWAP is 30.25. I don't see any news on it today. It's had a big run. This is the third day. Yeah, a few weeks, Eric. I think Alcoa and the big banks at the end of the month. So a couple of weeks before, we get into earnings season again. I didn't see that it was an unlock, JTB, regarding Weibo. Doesn't mean it wasn't. UPC halted on the way up. Okay. But DGNX is just hovering underneath 30. I'm slightly fixated on it. Wow, XBio got halted on the way up. Okay. Underneath the VWAP, 1448 or so is the VWAP. Halted on the way up. XBio. Yeah, see, the problem I've got with it right now on the GGNX is the spread 60.91. It won't matter if it drops a couple of dollars, but I don't know if it's going to do that. It's a little early. Okay, okay. Thank you, JTB. So I didn't see that. I just saw 2 million shares or $2 million raised, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was another stock and I just got mixed up. Okay, I'm HBM Hudson Bay Minerals. This one was up yesterday also. Yeah, there's the excuse me. There's Alcoa. Remember you said yesterday, William, you couldn't find a reason for that pop. Excuse me. I don't know if this is the reason, but Alcoa price target $40 by Wells Fargo, price target of 40. But that is today. Morgan Stanley also covering 42.50 with a price target of 42.50. That's for Alcoa. But that pop yesterday, I know you said you couldn't find it. Jefferies raised his target from 242 from 35. That was on the 6th. So some brokers are coming in, analysts are coming in to Alcoa. Alcoa has earnings on the 22nd, so a couple of weeks from now. Coming right into that red line, that purple line on my chart, that is the next high somewhere on a daily chart. If I go to my monthly chart, it'll show you the month more than likely. Probably this month right here. This month right here, which is February of this year. There was a daily high in this month. All right, market now opening couple of 5-minute bars. Anyway, this is the 9:30 bar. So a little pop at 9:25, but then it gave it up, and it's giving it up two bars down now. We're still mildly positive on the SPY. The Dow is down and the Qs are up, so a little disconnect so far. Remember, Oracle was probably the reason yesterday for the market being down. All right, DGNX is still hanging around that 30 mark. I'm going to have to put a price alert down here. If the spread, I mean, listen, it may pop, obviously, but I'm not going to take the short unless I get the setup I want. It is getting into the VWAP. DGNX is getting into the VWAP. Let's see if that holds it. There's the RNAS, guys. RNAZ is coming into the VWAP. 2136 is the VWAP, so about $1 away. That's RNAZ. And this is halted. Oh, I see. This is actually halted on the way. Well, it's not halted on the way down. This is the halt price, 2010. First time I'm showing you guys this. This is a blue screen from YouTube, from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so there's the halt 2010. Can't see the symbol, but it is RNAZ. Potential open, around the 20 mark. Could change, of course. GBCI. Yeah, this was the big one of the ones from yesterday. Okay. Oh, Sebastian. Good to see you or hear you. Or so Sebastian's in the room. So we've had starting yesterday, we had all sorts of problems. I kept getting disconnected. I kept getting. I'm talking to Sebastian, guys, who is the creator of the trading room. Okay, and I kept getting. It only started yesterday. I was getting disconnected from the media server. I was trying to do a reset. I would exit the room. It seemed to work for a while, and then it wouldn't work. Didn't affect everybody. That's why I was wondering. I know you have maybe several servers. This morning, the same thing though, and several were having just a real bear of a time trying to get into the room, and because we kept getting disconnected. So I'm just wondering, was there anything going on with your server? Is we seem to be okay now? There was a TELUS out. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm on TELUS. Yes. I'm on TELUS. Okay. How are we able to figure that out? Which is great then, because then, it's not on your end, so we don't have to do anything there. How are we able to figure that out though? Obviously looking at my connection or something, or and by the way, guys, most of you in the US don't know what I'm talking about. TELUS is a big provider, internet service provider in the state in Canada. Okay, and that's my provider. Interesting, because I did not see that. Everything else was fine. All right. Well, if it was a TELUS outage, then maybe they had a bit of a problem again this morning. Thank you for popping in, though, Sebastian. Oh, you got notified by the data center. Okay. 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 Well, it's good to know. Nothing wrong with my computer. Nothing wrong with your with the program, and hopefully, TELUS will get this fixed. Okay. Thank you very much, Sebastian. Good to know. All right, guys. Let's see now. I still have my eye on that GNX as a potential short. Still hanging around the 30 mark. Nike is kind of wobbly here, guys. It's still hanging around the close of yesterday. NKE, Nike, of course, hanging around the close of yesterday. Market is still moving down here. Look at the SPY. Market is still moving down. Funny, because not funny, but we had that bar, that blue bar now, that was all red and actually popped up, but now the next bar is red. So the market is still weakening somewhat. I think Shady is in this XTLB. Okay, maybe keep an eye on this Peng, guys. PENG. PENG is one of the few earnings plays. This is, I thought it might have been a China stock, but it's not. Penguin Solutions. What do they do? Design and manufacture of enterprise solutions for the computing memory and LED markets. Okay. So it's an earnings play and it is down on earnings. Okay. So let's see now. The next high, or excuse me, the next low looking left is 26. Sorry, we're way down here. Hmm. When is it? Where's the next low? I'll have to take a look at a monthly chart just to see. So the next low in a monthly chart is 1962. So obviously on a monthly chart, there is still room underneath. It's on a monthly chart. Let me get my weekly chart up to see if there's anything a little closer. Yeah, about 2027 on a weekly chart. So there is about there's room, a couple of dollars to that next low on the weekly chart, and that is for PENG. So Sebastian, just to if you're still around, the interesting thing is that it didn't affect. I'm also streaming to YouTube, and it didn't. And YouTube did not get affected by well whatever happened with Telus. So that's kind of interesting, I guess. I'm using StreamYard. Anyway, fingers crossed. But thanks for popping in and letting me know. In the room, yes, I got a media disconnect in red in the room in your room. Yes, and that happened this morning also a couple of times. Ah, I see. Okay. See, I knew you would know. Oh, I'm missing this one, guys, from our AI. Look at this, a beauty. ASTS, an alert at $87.90 now, and this is an all-time high. ASTS. So how come you don't buffer? Ha ha. Oh man, look at this market. We're in a bit of a schizo open, guys. So we had the big red bar down. This was red, but then it turned blue, red, and now a huge blue bar up now. Again, I'm using bars instead of candlesticks. So this is probably on your end. It'll be a green candlestick up. There's no economic news now. I know a couple of the Fed presidents were talking, but I think that was earlier. So there's no economic data that I know of that's coming out. Oh, I see. Hmm. 3-second latency. That probably wouldn't be the worst thing. I think YouTube is more like 8 seconds though. Oh, it's like 3 to 5. Yeah. So I see what you're saying. So I wonder. Well, you know what? Sebastian. Again, guys, in YouTube, I'm talking to Sebastian, who is the originator developer of the main room. It only started yesterday, so unless it keeps happening, I guess it's okay. So it only started yesterday. I'm sure Telus will get their act together. Oh, right. We have minutes at 2 o'clock. We do have minutes at 2 o'clock. The FOMC minutes, just the minutes. So there's no presser. Okay. Thank you, William. I didn't scroll down. All I could see, a couple of the Fed presidents were talking. Let me just go to my email where I get all this stuff. Just give me a moment, okay? So at 9:20 and 9:30, Musalem and Bar were at 9:20 was Musalem, and then at 9:30 Bar, and maybe he's still talking, or both of them are still talking. Yeah, 2 o'clock FOMC. Okay, but something put a little charge in the market for a bit. All right, XTLB again. No news on this one that I could find. Basically, it's just a big continuation from yesterday. I think XTLB, big continuation from yesterday. All right, so TDIC resumed. It got halted on the way down, but now it's halted again on the way up. TDIC. Wow, look at that dream. Down, still down 31%. Okay, guys, now give me a moment. Okay, what's the spread like? Okay, guys, GGNX. I have taken the short on it, and if it gets anywhere close to 30, I'm out. Okay, there were many shorts available, Interactive Brokers. There were still around 44,000. Ugh, I don't like this. Well, I'll like it if the ask catches up to that bid. When I got in, it was a tight, much tighter. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'm well. I might get real lucky here. I mean, if the bid catches up to the ask, so I'm going to have to watch this. You know, it's really crazy. I mean, that's the biggest spread we've had. Just give me a moment, guys. I mean, I probably want to. If that ask catches up to that bid, you know, I'm going to probably turf it. If it gets down to 1928, I'll be very happy. All right, let me put our price alert down here around 29. Maybe I can induce it downwards. Okay, come on, catch up, catch up. We're going to get that ask to catch up to the bid. All right. Well, I've got that thumbnail on my other chart, so I can keep an eye on it on my other chart, on my other monitor, my other chart. I have a thumbnail chart on my other monitor with it, so I can keep an eye on it. All right. Well, okay. Okay, guys. I've covered some in the just under around the just under 28. Boy, that's that it dipped underneath. At least it's catching up. Okay, it's catching up. And all the way down to 27.50. I mean, I couldn't cover it there. The ask was too high. So now I'm very interested in a Peng short too, guys. A Peng short, PENG short. Spread is okay on this one. Underneath the whole number 22. All right. Well, that I'm out. I'm completely out now of the DGNX. I mean, it may cascade its way down, but did okay. I mean, it may really give a big drop, but that spread got really crazy. Okay. Well, KYTX guys, this just as I was getting on the mic, I think this had a move. KYTX. So it's above that high, 718. So 2 weeks ago, it's breaking above the high of 2 weeks ago. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Where could it go? Yeah. So last month's high, so it's basically there. There was a high back here in December of last year, of course, that it's challenging. The next high on a monthly chart, 825. So there is room. There is room. My guess is that this GGNX short is probably. I mean, I'm not in it anymore. Okay, I just couldn't handle the spread, but it's probably. I mean, what did it get down to? 27.50. Now, again, if you're wondering, well, why did I get in it if I couldn't handle the spread? Because when I did get in it, the spread was only 10 cents, and I thought maybe okay, now it has settled down. All right, guys, ping, ping, ping. Took the short. Okay, PENG. It's actually from our AI also. It's the only one that's showing up on my earnings plays. Also, again, I'm not telling. Oh, you're going long. Okay, well, I've gone short. This is what I'm talking about, guys. I wait, saw it early. Well, I saw this one also. See, I've only got I have a little top list with my earnings plays. There's only one. Okay, there's only the one. So I did see that one early, so I was aware of it. But then our AI came in and said, you guys should short it. Now I didn't short it there. I wish I had, but well, it's been a fast morning, guys. Not for all the right reasons, though, because of the getting sidetracked. If you because of the problems we're having, seems to be okay right now, though. So it is 10 o'clock. So I'm going to 10 o'clock Eastern time. So I'm going to go over my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Well, it's true. That's what makes a market. But I will never go anybody in the room against anybody in the room. If somebody says they're long something, even if I wanted to short, I may not say it. I may go short myself, but I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna broadcast it in the room. Okay, I just don't think that's the right thing to do. But unfortunately, William told me right after that he was along it. And he might win. He might win this one. I don't know if they're still in it, but whoa, look at the SPY. A big, big, big move in the SPY, guys. Look at this big move here. And that might be helping Peng. Peng's an earnings play. So in theory, it's trading more or less on its own. But yeah, I know. But I wouldn't. You know how I feel about that, William. Somebody says they're long something, I'm not going to say, okay, I'm short, or vice versa. I'm just not going to do that. Okay, going over my homepage, just keeping an eye on the Peng. I'm still in the short. All right, so I checked the promos this morning. They're still on. Okay, so we have 3 promo codes you can take a look at. So if you're willing to commit to a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off. A premium monthly, you can get 22% off. Remember, that's only the first month only. And then the 2 other plans, a standard monthly and a standard annual, you can get 15% off. Again, the 15% off on a standard monthly, that's the first month only. Okay? So remember, the monthly subscriptions, first month only. Now, for those of you who are in our YouTube room, and even if you're in the main room, this is the way you can get into the room. Okay. Uh, Here's my homepage link. And right here, the trading room. Okay. So those of you on YouTube are looking for a little more action amongst a lot more interaction amongst traders, you can come into the main room. And before I keep going, I just first of all welcome anybody who's new today. I do apologize for the problems we had early. Not so much in YouTube, but the other room. That was from my provider. It wasn't the problem with the room. And this is the format. So the main room is open at 6:45 Eastern time, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi from the main room opens that up. I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, and I get on the mic at about 9 o'clock Eastern time. And the reason a little later why I don't open at 6:45 Eastern, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So Obi very graciously opens the room open early, the main room open early. Okay. Now, I usually go to, I usually start wrapping it up unless I have questions around 2 o'clock Eastern time. But even if I go at say 2 o'clock or sometime between 2 and 2:30, usually the main room was open till we'll say 3:30 or so, maybe later. and that's up to William or Obi, again, to keep the room open later after I leave. So, and when we get into earning season, more than likely the room will be open till about 4. Okay. So on a big day, the room is open from the main room is open between 6:45 a.m. and 4 o'clock Eastern. So if you clicked on my homepage link, I've already talked about the promos that we've got. Keep scrolling down, and here's how you can subscribe to the Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? If you do take out a subscription or you're wondering about this program, you're in the room and you're wondering about is this the program, if this program is right for you, well, click on the education section, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, click on the education section. And now, before I talk a little bit more about what you'll find in the education section, click on the user guide because I'm going to go over this race. So those of you who have trade ideas, I'm going to go over this race over here. But racing in general, the concept of racing. In the guide, here is the whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, because I'm going to go over this, but this is how you can set up your own race. And I'm going to go over, I'm going to go over racing in general, but this is a great reference for you because I don't expect you to remember everything I say. Okay. Again, don't get overwhelmed by everything that's in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. So clicking on my homepage, on the homepage link, and then scrolling down to the education section. This is very important. If you're just starting out with trade ideas, you must do this, the getting started with trade ideas. Short videos to get you started. I think there are 8 or 9 of them. Okay. Very short videos. You must do this, mandatory. Now, if you don't have trade ideas, but you're wondering about the program, you can also take a look at these videos. I would start off with the second one. And I think if you watch those videos, at least that'll give you an idea of the capabilities of trade ideas. And that should help make up your mind to see whether or not, at least if you want to try us out for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, completely new to trading or very new to trading, series of videos designed for you. This is all free. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to this. And if you're looking for my scans, if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down, middle section, and here they are, okay? Now, I do not have all these scans up and running. And some of them I don't have on my homepage that you can see, but I can always give them to you if you're interested. This you can see, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. The Halts Resumes, which is super active today. Halts Resumes is here. This is my single stock window, is down here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I don't have these up and running though, the momentum scan, the gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. I do not have them up and running, but I do have them. You can take a look at them. These two you cannot see. I don't have them here, but if you want them, these are there's the same idea, 2 races, but these are the large cap gainers and large cap losers. Okay. These 2 races here. This has nothing to do with large caps. You can see right here. I'm going to go over this race. But usually you can see some big percentage moves in this race, whereas you will not here. So again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting type question, I probably won't be able to help you, but I will be able to direct you to those who can. Don't tell me I accidentally shut down the room. No, I didn't. Okay. It's a problem, when it's a tab and sometimes I accidentally click on it. Phew. Yeah, it's never going to happen, DMAC or DMA. It's not going to be compatible to The way the company's going is what they're trying to do is get the web-based version as good as they can make it so that, you can have access to it no matter what browser or operating system you're using. All right, Peng, thank you. Okay, PENG, working out well for me now. Now, where could Peng go? I got to check this again. On the monthly chart, that's right. I had to look at a monthly chart. So I'm not saying it's going to get down here in 1962, but there were a couple of dollars to that low on the monthly chart. And on the weekly chart, let's see, hopefully it's the same. No, not quite the same. So 2029, still room to run if it wants to on a weekly chart on the way down. There was the alert at 2252. I'm not in. I wish I were in at that to level, but it was a little too early for me to commit. So those of you who have been in the room for quite a while, you may have noticed I'm sort of changing my style a bit. While I still look at these volatile ones, the ones that, these typically in this biggest gainers from the start of the race, these are low float stocks. Not because I've got a filter on here, but the only usual reason that a stock can be up now, this is only a 2.5%, but sometimes you're going to see stocks that are up 10, 20, 30% here. It's because the float is low. And in these two, what I've done is I put a market cap and a minimum float here. So that's why you're not seeing big movers. Well, big percentage movers. Doesn't mean, though, that these are not great to watch. And then the other one I'm watching is this small gap breakout, which I haven't been able to look at all today, really. And that is something that I can share with you also. But let me go over this race, okay? And I'm going to go over this race. This is the concept of racing and why I think this is a very good way to keep an eye on things that are really moving with trade ideas, okay? But not just moving that they're already at the highs of the day, but stocks that could just be getting started, okay? So what you're seeing here, I'm running, and again, remember I showed you in the guide the section on TI stock racing. All right, guys. Well, wow, I'm glad I've covered most and just about all my Peng now. It just took a big pop. I'm wondering if it would start to follow the market a little bit more, which it did. Appears like that's what's happening. It's starting to follow the market a little bit more. I guess I got a touch greedy on it, because I was hoping it might get a little closer to 21. But anyway, getting into the VWAP right now. So I did okay on it, just not as well as I thought it might have gone if it had kept moving down. Okay, guys, sorry about that. So what you're seeing here, again, I'm running a 4-minute race. Everything is customizable, including, of course, how long you want the race to run. So when we're seeing UPC at the top here, and you see that 4%, that means that UPC, since the race started, has moved the most, and I'm going to show you the list of stocks, has moved the most since the race started. It's up 4%. Okay, that's what that percentage refers to. And what happens is, now this is some kind of I don't know what GME is doing exactly, but it's, I guess, a warrant of some sort. Well, it's not loading into our charts. But anyway, what happens is automatically a top 10 list is built for you, okay? Automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. I wish I could get rid of this because it's not tradable for me. But anyway, so you can see this GME Plus has won 3 races, QS has won 1 race, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list built. Why that? Why is that good? Well, if you're new to trading, there's a lot. If you're looking at my screen, there's a lot going on. I get it. So what happens is it gives you a focus list. Okay, our focus, how you can, our focus of a list that you can just concentrate on. Even if you're not new to trading, and again, it gives you a nice watch list to focus on. So here's how you can use it. Okay. Now, the obvious thing to do is when you see a stock that's at the top here, click on it, see what's happening. Okay. You see the UPC, you see it's leading this race so far. It still has a minute and 30 before this race is over. So you can, well, now it's up 6%. You can see the move it's making. See that move in UPC. Okay. So I would click on, so you don't have to wait, number one, for the race to be over in order for you to click on it. If you see anything in here that is on this list right now, click on it just to see what is happening. So look at the MYO, MYO. I mean, I know a lot of you. I mean, this could get interesting. Look at the weekly chart on this one. 126 is the next high. The next high after that is 183. That may be something that, I mean, we all have different trading styles. So that might be something you're interested in. I don't mean to take it right now, but maybe if it breaks that weekly high. So that's what I'm saying. See how UPC now is not leading that race anymore? So I can just about rest assured that see how it dropped. So it's not leading that race anymore, but Mayo is. It may not win the race. EVAX is now on the top here. Let's take a look at EVAX. So you can see that this still has room, $7, about $1 to the next high looking left on the weekly chart. It's on our, it's basically having it's up 18%. I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. But so the bottom line is this, you see something, click on it in this list of stocks. Just click on it, see what's happening. The other thing to do is any stock that won a race earlier, click on it, see what's happening. The XTLB, well, that's a big pullback now. But it was pretty, but what if it had been still higher and maybe it was pulling back into that purple line that you see, which is the VWAP. Some of you are, maybe you're VWAP players. You want to see a stock move into, like come down into the VWAP and see if it holds as support. Maybe you have a moving average on your chart that you like, depending on the time frame. This is a 2-minute chart, but depending on the time frame that you like, okay, maybe it's pulling back into that time frame or that moving average, and you wait to see if it acts as support. Okay. So again, if you see anything in this list, just check it, see what is happening with it right now. Here's KYTX. I mean, it looks like it's trying to hold this VWAP area. So you might look at this and go, well, you know what? If it pops up a little bit more, maybe over the $7 level, I'll put a price alert around 713 as an example. Maybe if it gets there, this might entice me to trade it. It won a race before. And that's how you use our price alerts. You don't have to keep staring at the chart. Maybe, I don't know if it's shortable. It is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Maybe if it actually breaks down through the VWAP, maybe I want to short it. So maybe I put a price alert underneath that. Okay. See if it goes below the VWAP. Maybe I end up looking at it as a potential short. So a 2-minute, weekly, and 15. Okay. You see the big number there? 3 charts, a 2-minute chart, 15-minute chart. Right now, I have a weekly chart, but, normally I just have a daily chart. D for daily, okay? And then that number is the time frame, 2-minute and 15-minute. Hopefully, you can see that. So, the question that you should be asking if you are new to all this is, well, why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these stocks showing up here? And why is there a very short list of stocks here? But notice there's a top 10 list that'll eventually be built here too. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click on this race, notice one of the options, I get a pop up. One of the options is open top list. Oops. So then if I right click on this top list window, notice it says launch real-time stock race. So I've created a top list with my set of parameters in it. So if I right click on it, configure, this is what I want to see. If the stock is between $1 and $50, minimum 200,000 shares have traded, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close minimum. Okay. So if a stock meets these filter requirements, it's going to show up in this list of stocks. Okay. So that's why these stocks are showing up. And I have capped it to 50. Okay. That's just what I've done. I just want to see the top 50 that meet those filter requirements. Now, before we had races and all, how a person would use a top list window, classic question, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you had it as a column header, which I do, that little C%, that refers to the change from yesterday's close. You can if you double left click on a column header in a top list window, double left click quickly, you can sort on that column header. In this case, it's the change from the close. So again, I wish this weren't here, but this GME plus. So UPC 64%, KYTX 29%, etc. You could, so again, question often asked, what are the stocks that are up the most today? What are the stocks that are down the most today? Show me the stocks that are up in the most up in the last 5 minutes, down the most in 5 minutes, things like that. So as long as you had a column header, you could sort on it and it would rank them. So that's great. And you can see that, there's a UPC at the top here, but what the beauty of the race is this, because a lot of people will say, well, that's great. I don't necessarily want to see the stocks that are up the most today, though. What about a stock that might be just starting? Now, I would also say, do not discount just because a stock is up 75% or 200%. It doesn't mean it can't keep moving. And at the end of the day, it's up 300%. Okay. But if you're looking for stocks that might be just getting started, though, that's what the race does or can do for you. Give me one moment. So what the race doesn't care about where it is in this list of stocks. Okay. All it cares about. So where is AREB? It's probably near the high here. Yeah, it is. But there's AREB now up 13%, right? Since the race started. Didn't see this one at all. So this could have been down here. So because what the race does, let's just see. Here's MIGI. Okay. It's right at the very bottom. It's only up 2.9% from yesterday's close. But what if, for whatever reason, what if all of a sudden MIGI started to move? It's up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%, and it's moving up this list of stocks. How would you ever know that? Well, that's what the race does for you. The race, again, doesn't care where it is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what stock is moving the most, percentage wise, in this list of stocks since the race started. And that could be some stock that has pulled back too. As long as it keeps meeting the filter requirements, it could be a stock that is pulled back and then all of a sudden it starts moving again. That's why I'm saying you can use this for pullbacks. You can use it for stocks that are, haven't made a big move yet and then starting to make a move. Or for sure, keep an eye on the stocks that have made a big move because they can keep making big moves. All depends on your trading style. So hopefully now this is starting to make sense to you that you can create your own top list window with your parameters. The fact that I want to see stocks between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200% and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, that's what I want to see. It doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. So you might have a different price range in mind, maybe you have a different volume, or you want to add filters that you like to a top list window. Okay. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. And once you've done that, then you can right click and launch the real time stock race. Okay. If you're talking about the race, no, DMA. The only thing that actually gives you, I mean, if you're the only thing that gives you buy and like automatically is our AI, and you can follow it if you want. And you have to have our premium service, okay, where you have a potential entry and you have a stop. And that would be our AI. And that's part of our premium service. So for instance, I see NNE. Well, I don't really display this because it's part of our premium service, so it's not fair to those who pay for it. But the 5146 that you see here, if you can see it in the y-axis right there, that was a suggestion to short, and would have been right here on this bar. And so before it pulled back or pulled up at all, you got down to 49.48, $2 move, not bad. Oh, it's not it's AREB. It's ARBE, okay? Or did I say AREB before? I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It's ARBE, okay? It's ARBE. I'm sorry, I think I said AREB, AREB, okay? So the volume is fine, okay? 8 million shares. Yeah, DMA, there's no getting around it. I mean, if you're limited using a Mac, I mean, we have a lot of people who have Macs who you don't mind using something like Parallels or AWS. People who at Trade Ideas themselves who have Macs, and that's what they do. But if you're not willing to use Parallels or AWS, you're limited. Now, hopefully, I don't know when you took out a subscription, but it is pretty in the homepage. It does say, this is a PC program. If you have a Mac, it doesn't say don't use it if you don't have a Mac, but it is a PC program. I know there's a fairly big message. So the other thing you can do, so hopefully this all makes sense. You can create your own top list window with your set of parameters, and then you can launch the real time stock race. The other thing you can do, maybe you have, it could change every day, but maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you just love to follow every day. Okay. You don't care about anything else that's going on in the market. You just care about those 20 or 30 stocks. And it shouldn't be just 5 stocks because obviously if you want to run a race, you want to have, at least a certain number of stocks that you can follow. And so all you do is you create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, and then you attach it to the top list window. Then you run a race just based on those stocks. Now, it could be a different 20 or 30 every day, depending on maybe you do some evening work and you say, okay, I want to follow these stocks the next day. Up to you. So there's yeah, so there's Dragon 8888, just above you, DMA. But I understand it's not that it's not that parallels won't work, but I understand for people that just don't want to do that. I get it. So now, wow, what a move. So remember now, AREB, I don't know where it is in that list of stocks. It's up 54%, but look where it started from. So that we could have seen that in that list of stocks starting to move up in right here. I mean, I wasn't paying attention. Okay. I was not paying attention, but you guys don't have the same problem because I'm flitting around doing a lot of different things, and now it's halted again. So these races, though, if I were starting out trading, even though these are fabulous, if you get on the right side of them, but they are volatile. The stocks that you're going to see in here, they can be very volatile. Though look at NTLA showing up in both. NTLA is briefly showing up in here, and it's also showing up in here. So the difference between these two races is what I did. Hopefully this is making sense. All you have to do, if you want to see what a race is based on, notice how this is not as big a list as the one that's over here. That's because this time when I click on the configure, this is what it's looking for. So, it's a different price range. I'm looking between 10 and 70. 200,000 is the same minimum volume, 2%. That's the same up from yesterday's close. This is a big difference. I want to see stocks near the high of the day. That's what this position in days range filter is doing. It's telling me, within 5% of the high. Okay. In a percentage wise, if I had a daily candle to look at, it'd be near the high. I also want to have a minimum float of 50 million and I want a minimum market cap of 500 million. So that's why, there's not as many stocks because I don't have those two. I don't have those three filters in here. That's why more stocks are coming through. Okay. So and then this race down here is just kind of the flip of this one. The same sort of filters, but I want to see the stocks moving down. Large cap stocks moving down. So again, the same thing applies. Maybe you do want to look at large cap stocks. And maybe, you look at this and say half a million or $500 million. Maybe you want to have a higher. I mean, maybe you want to only see stocks with a billion. Maybe you don't care about the stocks being near the high of the day. You can construct your own top list window based on large cap stocks. So why am I saying this could be, if you're new to trading? Because, I'm not saying these are not going to be volatile at all. NTLA, look at NTLA move, by the way. But generally speaking, you're not going to see giant bars up and down, okay, in this sort of a race, just because of the minimum market cap, and minimum float. So if you're new to trading, and these are great to trade, don't get me. I mean, if these are really, really good to trade. So there's the AREB just moving again, and it's interesting because the news a couple of days ago, they were raising money. They were selling 15 million shares at what price? See a price here. Wow, look at all the reverse split it did. One for 9, one for 25, one for 20. Multiply 9 times 20 times 25. That'll give you an idea, reverse split adjusted about where this stock was. But now look at the drop. So it's probably halted on the way down now, isn't it? Yes. That's why, excuse me. So while it's great to be on the right side, I mean, it's fabulous when you're on the right side of these, but look what can happen. I mean, that drop from 10 to 850 in a heartbeat. I'm not saying that can't happen in this one, but there's StubHub. Now, maybe is StubHub finally going to get going a bit? STUB. Yeah, okay. Having a day finally. This was an IPO back here, guys. This day, back just December, September 17th. It got all the way up to $28 approximately, but look where it closed, 22, and it's been in a steady decline. Having a bit of a day now. Yeah. So there you go. 11. So what Shady is saying is if you, and they could have done more reverse splits, before 2024. So yeah, reverse split adjusted. If you look at a monthly chart, there's 170. See if there's anything higher. There's 475 million. Was that 472,000? So there's got to be something even earlier than that, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, 100, that's what yeah, at any rate, that's the game that these companies play, why do they do reverse splits? Because it's because the stock is under a dollar, and in order to maintain a Nasdaq listing, they've got to have a stock over a dollar. There are other things they have to do, but that is probably the main one. So when a stock is under a dollar, very often you see these stocks do these reverse splits. It keeps the market cap the same. So what happens is that the number of shares is reduced by the ratio, say 1 for 20. So you would take the number of shares, divide 20 to that gets you the new number of shares, and then you multiply the share price by 20. Just using 20 as an example. So the market cap in theory is, well, not in theory, is still the same. And then you get these companies that have just done so many of them. So this is interesting because we don't often get the same stock in both of these races, okay? But NTLA, and the reason, again, just to hammer the point home, if I put, the 500 million market cap minimum and 50 million float minimum, usually when you have that sort of a market cap minimum and minimum float, you're just not going to get big percentage moves. Usually. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just reading some internal or our Slack thread if there's anything interesting happening. Well, I wish I had been able to pay attention to my small gap breakdowns. I'm sure there's been some things. Yeah, it should be Dan today. Let me just confirm. Okay, make sure he's not off today or something. So I just want to confirm. Okay, so what I'm asking, I'm just asking the guys. Usually they'll know. So at noon Eastern time, between 12 and 1, I take a break. Today's Wednesday, so what's been happening for quite a few Wednesdays now, several months. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, starts his own YouTube stream. Okay, he doesn't take over mine, but he starts his own. So good opportunity to ask the CEO questions. No excuse if you've got questions, if you've got some things you'd like to see, or there's your chance. Every Wednesday, typically every Wednesday between 12 and 1, he is there. And I just oh, cool. I'm just reading. He's going to show the price alert trigger, money market entry, price alert trigger. Just give me a moment. Just give me one moment, okay? Because he's going to show the price alert trigger for the money market entries, but I want to find out. You know, I'm sure it doesn't mean our price alerts. The price alerts that we create. If that happens, that's kind of interesting. But I'm just gotta. It might be some other price alert. It's up to you, Carlos. Okay. I just chose when we had when we developed waiting for an answer here. When we first started with racing a couple of years ago, I for whatever reason I just chose 4 minutes. Okay, it's up to you. It's all customizable. I know the default is a 10-minute race, but it's all customizable. So there's nothing so when you say is it okay, anything is okay depending on your trading style, right? I mean, but I know the default is 10 minutes. Wow. Well, that's interesting. He's going to demo it. So that means that's very interesting, guys. What that means that it could be a bit of a game changer. So yeah, I would definitely head over. He's gonna demo it in demo mode. Okay, I don't. It's not going to be available yet, but he's going to be demoing it, and this is what I'm talking about. So as I understand it, you notice how I put price alerts on, and so what happens is if it triggers, it'll take the trade in the money machine. So if you've put a price alert at a certain area that you would like to take the trade, then it's going to do it. Now, my issue with it would be, you may put a price alert on a stock. Let's say I put a price alert on a stock at around 9:45, okay? And let's say I put a price alert on MKC, okay, up here. And I said, you know what? If it gets to the VWAP, I want to know about it. Maybe I take. But what if it really has? It's not a good example. It depends when you put your price alert. I mean, you could put a price alert fairly early on in the day, and then maybe later on in the day it does trigger, but maybe it's just not set up the same way. You would have liked to have seen it trigger within, I don't know, 30 minutes or so, because it has really, really run up. And then, yes, it's moving down, down, down. For instance, here is the VWAP. If I put a price alert at the VWAP, and all of a sudden it gets parabolic down to the VWAP, that may not be what I want to do and take that trade. You know, if it were hovering over the VWAP for quite a while, though, if this is making sense at all, assuming that I'm looking at maybe a break of the VWAP, it's just sort of hovering over the VWAP for a while, and then it starts to inch its way down and takes it out, and I have a price alert there. Yeah, maybe I do want to take the trade there. But if it is really, really moved a lot, like really far away from the VWAP, and then it starts to move down, even in a parabolic fashion, into the. I'm just using the VWAP as a potential as an area. It could be a moving average. I may not want to take that trade then, if that makes sense. But listen, it's a great start, I think. Being able to use your price alerts, your particular price alerts, and trade them in the money machine. So I would definitely head over to our YouTube room at noon. Don't go yet. So about an hour and 15 minutes. And you can see him in really alpha demo mode because, people ask me from time to time, well, do you take the trade just because you get a price alert? No. What I've done is I've put a price alert at an area that I'm interested in. Then but that could have been an hour or two before. And so I get the price alert, and then I have to look at it, say, do I still want to take this trade? Well, I don't have it yet, Ron. Okay. Again, it won't be for another hour and 15 minutes. But before I do take my break, I will put the link in. I may have the link. I know Pepe always seems to have the link, but I don't know if it changes every week. Okay, I'm looking at this NNE. Let's see. Are the rest of them moving down also? Okay, is it just the only one in that sector? So let's take a look at SMR. Are they all kind of weakening today? And the answer is yes. Well, for SMR, how about OKLO? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. I didn't think so. He changed. So he does create the live stream. Okay. Yeah. So this is not as weak. OKLO is not as weak as NNE. So I don't know if there's a specific reason why this one is down. 12%. There's got to be some reason. After the company, okay, a $400 million oversubscribed private placement. So that's the reason for the weakness in NNE, guys. Wonder what the price was. 47.11. 47.11. So it is still above the financing price. Well above, actually. But that's the reason for the weakness right now anyway for NNE. And why the weakness? Because typically I didn't check, but more than likely they're issuing more shares. So what happens is that dilutes the number of shares increases, so that kind of dilutes. See how many shares they 8.5 million shares. Okay, so they're increasing. Yeah, 8.5 million shares. So that basically dilutes your position. And now, a lot of times you don't. It's not 100% that stocks will move down just because they do a financing. But I would say certainly I'm going to put a percentage on it. 70% of the time, at least. Used to be all the time almost. Because if you're an existing shareholder, you don't want to see all those shares that are coming into the market. That was the theory behind it. But sometimes, companies have financings, and existing shareholders cheer it on because they're raising money for all the right reasons. And probably NNE. I mean, raising 500 million or 200 million, 400 million. I'll get it right. 400 million. That's a lot of money to raise. Hey, guys, give me one moment again. I'll be right back. You okay? Hey, guys, I'm back in YouTube and back in the main room. Okay, back in the main room. All right, guys. So, okay, VFC underneath that whole number now. Let's see if this gives me an opportunity to short this one. VFC. So obviously, I would not take this one yet because look at that. 1383 is the next low looking left. And even, for me, it doesn't have enough room. Just not enough room for a move down before. Well, obviously, in that one, I would never take it. Then when you look left, the next low is 1383. Obviously, too close to 1396. And all I'm doing, just looking, if I want to short something, I look left to see where the next low is on a daily chart. And if it's far enough away, then it certainly becomes a candidate to short for me. And that's because, I always look at I can, like, again, if I'm shorting, the next low could stop it from moving down. Doesn't absolutely have to. It's only one day. I get it. But that's just the way I look at things. Yeah. So I see that DGNX, it just took out, maybe is that the low now? What's the spread like now? Still been a bad spread. It's still a bad spread, 67.94. Really hasn't firmed up. Amazing, when I got it, the spread was a dime a long time ago. That's the other thing, if you're going to use, I I think it will be awfully hard. I mean, again, if that becomes available, that you can actually use the money machine and take price and automatically take your price alerts, you better make sure. Idrik? Okay. Anybody else? Can you guys still, not talking to YouTubers, okay? Can you guys hear me now? Still in the main room and see my screen? Idrik says he was disconnected from the media. So I wonder if TELUS is still having this issue. Okay, so the yes means, oh, all good. Okay. Okay, thanks. Thanks, guys. Boris, you look like you're new here. Well, that's an old one. Rocky and Bullwinkle. Well, I didn't get the fast, the Richmond High one yesterday, but that's because I didn't see the movie, but which doesn't necessarily matter. ECDA, yeah, halted because of volatility. ECDA just got halted because of volatility. Let's see if I can take one of these. So this is what I'm going to do, guys. Now the next high is 476. So sometimes what I'll do, this has just got halted, okay, at 464. If this maybe moves a little higher when it comes out of the halt and then comes down below the halt price and then pops through the halt price again, sometimes I'll take the trade. Or if it moves down a little bit when it comes out of the halt and then pops through the halt price again, I'll sometimes take the trade. Now, if it opens and it rips, rips higher, I'm not taking the trade. I'm not going to chase it. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I have noticed that that can be a bit of a, not 100% of the time, of course, but that can be something that gives me a nice trade. But I have to wait for it to open, of course. Okay, so did you do anything, Edric? Now, was it because I had put myself on mute for about I don't know 30 seconds? Maybe that's why. Or did you do a refresh? Okay, so again, this is not a recommendation to do the same thing, okay? But sometimes what I'll do, notice right here, there's the halt price for this one, the ECDA, okay? 464. If when it opens, it moves a little bit above 464 and then comes down through 464 and then pops through it again, sometimes I take the trade, okay? Or if it opens a little bit below the 464, in other words, I mean, if it opened at 4, I'm not doing it. But let's say it opened at 455 and then it popped through 464. Sometimes I'll take the trade. Many times, of course, on something that has been halted the first time in the day, I won't get that opportunity because many times what happens is it opens above the halt price and never comes back down through it. Not never, but not in a short period of time. I mean, later on it could, but so that's just something I've noticed, when the Halts resumes that I don't know, a couple of years ago, maybe I started following it like that. And again, it's not 100% that it's going to work, even if I get the setup that I'm looking for. Boy, NTLA just having a great day, guys. Not an earnings play. No, not an earnings play. Just having a great day. So that is from Interactive Brokers, Edric. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. The screen. This has got nothing. Oops, let me get the halt price. This has got nothing to do with Interactive Brokers. I'm sorry, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen. Your broker will have something like this. I hope. May not be in exactly the same format, but this is Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Showing me the symbol, the halt price, and this is the potential open. This column. Okay. I don't know who your broker is, but your broker should have something similar. Now, typically they are 5-minute halts, so even if you don't see it, typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is, this is going to open at 11, 20 seconds past 11 o'clock. Oh, this table, the halts resumes table. Oh, I see. Okay. It's on my homepage. Okay. It's on my homepage. If you click on my homepage link, which I just put underneath you, click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here, my scans, and right here, halts resumes. Okay. Right there. Okay. Now, And anybody else who's listening, when you load any of my scans, okay, anything, you're only going to see the last one. You're not going to see everything that happened earlier. That's, yeah, this is working from 9th. Give me a moment. Okay, it did it, but it is coming. I'm almost, I know I'm hesitating here. Yeah. See, I didn't do it. I almost did it. I mean, it did what I wanted it to do. It go over 564 or 464, came back down underneath it. I mean, it still might do it. It hasn't dropped that much. I mean, I'm looking at the bid ask 455, 460. The issue is it should have really popped by now, if it's not going to do that major pop, in my opinion. So just again, if you load my race, you're not going to see all those winners here. Okay. Remember, I start my race at 9:30. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Ooh. And look what happened to it, guys. I got very lucky. I know, Paul, you're going to tell me I'm the luckiest guy in the world, but I was waiting to see if it could take out five. I got just a little bit, and it just got stuck at that 480. And, but that's why I was saying, give me a moment, give me a moment, give me a moment. I had to keep watching it. I mean, but look how volatile that was. I mean, this is a 2-minute chart. It was up to 483, and in a heartbeat got down to 431. That's a 50-cent drop on a $4 stock. So again, if you load my scans, you're not going to get the top 10 list that I've got. Okay. If you load this race, your race starts when you load it. Okay. So let's say you loaded it at, say, 11:04 Eastern time. That's when your race is starting. My race started at 9:30. Now you can run your race in the pre-market if you want and have it continue when the market from 9:30 on also. I just choose to run this race starting at 9:30. You don't have to. You can run it whenever you want it. Whenever you want it to start, there's an option in the race where it says, you can start running it when you load trade ideas. So if you're loading it in the pre-market, or maybe you only start running trade ideas at I don't know, 10 o'clock, half an hour after the 9:30 open. It's up to you. You have complete control over it. And it's all about the float too, guys. I mean, look at that float, 810,000 shares in the float, which is, ridiculously low. But that's why it can be so volatile. Kind of looking at it again in case there's that. I mean, look where it got to. Got up to that high of 476. I got a little bit above it, 484. Takes that out again. It might have another go because when you look at this daily chart, look left, 587. So I'm interested in it. Excuse me. I'm still interested in this one. Boy, if it takes out five guys, it's got to clear this in a bigger way. It briefly took out five. I'm talking about the ECDA, of course. My price alert up here again. What sort of movement? It didn't do anything yesterday. So this is the news on it. Okay, so expands into the Porsche 911 resto mod market. Okay, so it actually did have some news. $57 times normal in terms of the volume up to this time of day. Still above the original well, right at the original haul price at 460. 464, I should say, right around that original haul price. Kind of positive a little bit here following the wave, that blue wave. It's still telling me that the trend is still decent. But that was not good the way it really dropped like that. Obi, can you buy OPC? UPC? Can you buy that at your broker? I don't know who your broker is. I don't know if you're Interactive Brokers also. Somebody said they couldn't buy UPC at Interactive Brokers earlier. All right, guys. It doesn't look like it's gonna look like it's trying to pierce that wave. I'll put a price alert up in this area again, see if it takes it out later on in the day. And that's for the ECDA, only because it's got all this room. Looking at a daily chart, got all this room. If it can get back over to the 5 level, the next high is 586. So the Arab, AREB, you are saying it's halted again. Yes, it is, isn't it? Now the potential open, yeah, 1072. I've got 1072, Monica. Wow, it just opened. It just opened, guys. And, obviously looking left, $17 is the next high looking left. Oops, it just got halted again, I think on the way down though. Yeah, this just got halted on the way down now, guys. So hopefully nobody got nailed in this one because this is now halted and 965 on the way down, a potential open in the 8 level. So hopefully nobody got nailed in that one. All right, guys, 11:12. So in about 45 minutes, I'll be taking my break. I'll have a link for you. I don't have it yet. A link for you to head over into not to the YouTube stream that I'm running right now. Dan creates his own, and I'll hopefully I have a YouTube stream. Well, I will have it, so you can take a look at it or watch him from 12 to 1. Nice one from our AI, though. This NNE, nice short. So this is a 5-minute halt. Let's see, AREB 11:11. So 11:16 plus 14 seconds if it is a 5-minute halt. Again, I'm sorry, this got halted very soon after, so it's a little bit later. Of course, you know the reason why it's down though, right? Them trades, it's data financing. So it does have specific news for itself. All right. Well, let's see now. The It's starting to move a little higher now. 870 halted at 880 now. 965 was the halt. You wouldn't want to. I mean, I wouldn't take the short now for NNE necessarily, but it still does have a little bit of room. I think what was the financing price? I can't remember what it is. All right, ECDA. Yeah, but I don't like it at all now. I mean, look, there might be a bottom fishing opportunity, I suppose, but just interested to see where this AREB opens. Longer than a 10-minute, 5-minute halt, I guess, for AREB. All right, let's take a look at other things. Give me a moment, guys. All right, maybe keep an eye on Bull, Bull. It is now breaking down below the whole number of 12, and it is turned now orange. Um, Low today for bull was around 1143. Nerve, yeah, Nerve is on the move here, up 5% in that race. NERV, look at that relative volume, 366. What does that mean? That means that it is trading 366 times normal up to this time of day. This relative volume filter is time of day sensitive. Okay, AREV opened up, guys, and okay, so it's wild action. All right, guys. So let me. So that opened up, and it opened up below, of course, the halt price. So the only way I'll look at this again is if it maybe takes out that $10 level later on in the day. I may go on a run just because of that float, but I'm going to forget about it now. And that's the AREB. Boy, this NTLA just went on a rip. I don't know. I didn't see any news on it. I don't think I saw any news on it anyway. Oh, okay. Well, this wasn't today. This was, but announced a $33 price target. That was on the 6th. Okay. That's JMP Securities with a $33 price target on it. It really, yeah, did a little bit last few 3 days before today, but this is a big rip. I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Well, this one, guys, I mean, this one has room underneath Ouster, OUST. I mean, look left, 3039. So it's got about a dollar, I don't know, 50 or so to the next low underneath the whole number. Okay, Arab is, it's really volatile. Wow. Got up to 937 and right back down to 827, just like that. So, Man, is that volatile. It's fascinating to watch some of these things. I mean, it's got such a low float, 640,000 in the float. It is so volatile. You know, it's had a tremendous day, and I did not mention it. I have it on my list, and I know I did not mention it though. Is Fig? What a great it's had a great couple of days. FIG, maybe even 3 days. Yeah, it started back here at $50 through 2 days ago, and up to 70, almost 70 this morning. Great. I mean, that's a $20 move, guys, in Fig. Okay, this is a potential short maybe, KYTX, yeah, this is a potential short, but it broke way down through that VWAP, so it went too quickly for me. It's not a crazy low float, 32,000,000 in the float, not high, but not low, low. Okay, Nerve, where could this go? Let's take a look on a weekly chart first, see if there's any high looking left that I can see. Nope. How about a monthly chart? So the next high on a monthly chart is around 347. Then after that, 360 or so takes out these areas. Look out. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but okay. Looking for something new that I haven't seen, maybe something just starting out here. How about the TRAW, TRAW? Didn't see this one at all. Man, a lot of stocks look like this. Big, big, big drops on the monthly and then trying to crawl back a bit. You know what? If this takes out right here, that high right there, I believe is around 314, 325. Well, I'm going to put a price limit around 318, see if it gets close. Because I mean, look at this monthly chart. The next high is 863. So obviously would have a lot of room to run if it wants to. Probably another low float, 5.6 million in the float. And that is for TRAW. All right, guys. Hey, Moderna at the top here, mRNA. So let's take a look at it on a daily chart. It had a nice run, a 3-day pullback, and now, boy, wiping out those 3 days now, mRNA, wiping out those 3 days of the pullback and over the whole number. And let's take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it go? So wow, the next high, I mean, way up here, 34.71. Ah, William, TRX. Okay, I'm sure it's under $1, isn't it? Yep. Big mover, though. You're absolutely right. Up what, 27%? A lot of volume. 19 million in the 19 million have traded. You're right. You're right. It is over around. Well, looks like it got to $1. Yeah, high of $1. I have here a high of $1 on that spike. I don't think it, unless it hit. No, it looks like that's the high right there. Now it might have gone a little over. What we have here is a high of $1, and that's for the TRX. Boy, look at the room this UPC has got, but I don't think I can trade it. Kura, guys, boy, what a run this has been. Oh, look at that 15-minute. Just a beautiful run for Kura, Kura. Don't see any. I don't see again any news on it. It's been on a nice run actually for the last couple of months, I guess. $5, so a bit of a double in about 2 months for Kura. Now this is shortable for me. If this gets a little too parabolic, this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. 3.4 million shares available. I mean, those guys has got that. It may not be dynamic. That's all. I mean, it may not be very dynamic. It's still holding underneath the whole number. 32. To me, OUST. All right, here's another one, guys. Probably a cheapie, POM. Now this is an IPO today. Yeah, IPO today, guys. Priced at $4, opening at 450. So a little bit of enthusiasm. It is halted already, and it's out of China. Ooh, yes. So let's see where this one opens. Okay, Palm could get interesting the day of. So here's the halt price, 469 for POM. Potential open 477. Is sometimes the day of these cheap China IPOs can go absolutely crazy. No guarantee this one is going to do that, but at least it's over the IPO price. Okay, of $4. Okay, definitely want to follow this one. I want to see how well it opens. This POM, pretty good volume to start, 471,000 shares. It's sort of an instant halt. Okay, guys. The only reason I see this, I have this one thumbnailed, is GLTO. This was a big one from yesterday, of course. What it's doing, yeah, I mean, it's just over the VWAP. Okay. Of course, the high yesterday was 3180. It's down 36%, yes, but trying to come back a bit. Very low float. The low today was way down here under around 10. All right. If this is a 5-minute halt, this will, if the palm is a 5-minute halt, 1141 plus 37 seconds. Yeah. So you should contact Chris. Okay. I have no dealings with E-Trade at all. Okay. And so contact Chris, info at trade-ideas.com. You'll probably have to take a look at the logs or something. Okay, Pramod, info at trade-ideas.com. And attention, Chris. I don't know why all short trades will show as long trades. No idea. I don't, I can't even demonstrate it because I don't have E-Trade, but that is not good. Hopefully you're still, well, are you using, you're connecting live then, right? Hmm. Oh, we'll go. Oh, wow. Look at that. So palm open, but way below so far, way below the Hall price. The Hall price was 460, 469, and it opened at 482. But look at this now. It is not. So all I'm going to do is this. I'm going to put a price alert, up in this area, 480, see if it takes it out later. But not the enthusiasm I was looking for. Wow. So look what happened. This actually was a potential short for me, and then look at what's happening now. It's KYTX, guys, and what is it doing in terms of the weekly? So it took out that high right there, 719, or it's right at it. 719 is that high. It's right at it. Got up to 737. Let's take a look on a monthly. Where could it go? That's right. It has all sorts of room. That high right there was 720. So the next high in a monthly is at 828. So if it maintains this 720 level, it's got a shot to the not saying it's going to get there, but that is kind of the next high is looking left. And it is not a low float, not crazy low. It's 32 million, certainly not crazy low. Keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, the longer it holds in this level, it's got a lot of volume coming in. It's a little bit parabolic right now. It'd be nice for it maybe to just rest here for a bit and then proceed. I'm talking about the KYTX. Now, I'm going to be taking my break in about 15, so it'd be hard for me to take this one right now. Ah, missed it. Missed it. Oh, well, I missed it. Oh, man. I had a bunch of shares I wanted to take too. Oh, well, wait for the next one. Missing, I'm talking about the KYTX. Then you're saying, well, oh, maybe I saw that. You're right. I think I saw this one. Or no, Wells Fargo, this was another one. I don't think I saw this one. The upgrade to price target to 27. There was another one at Wells Fargo, I think, put a price target on it. It wasn't this. It might have been even the NTLA. Oh, man. Too bad. Doing a nice little payday. I would have taken some off, of course, but see, I'm not interested in it now because, I mean, that big bottoming tail right there. So, I mean, and now it is so volatile. I mean, it may pop from here, but not quite as good. I was trying to get it right at that 721 mark, and it got up to 755. Not that I would have got out right at 755, of course, but it would have been close. Well, this Binny Bollinger Innovations, this has been pretty active over the last while. I've seen it many, many times. So, John, are you talking about actually? Are you talking about when you click on a symbol, it's not loading into your order entry? Or are you talking about using Brokerage Plus? Talking to John in our main room. Or what are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about establishing the link? Because there's nothing wrong with the link that I can. I mean, I've my link has never been a problem. But are you talking about using Brokerage Plus and then connecting it to Interactive Brokers? Because what I would do. So, John, can you hear me? Well, occasionally. Well, that's a different issue. So you are connected, but sometimes it. Not that I'm aware, but again, are you talking about using Brokerage Plus, or are you talking about? You see, are you talking about using the external linking tool? Okay, that's all I do, right? I mean, I with the external linking tool, when I click on a symbol, it loads into my IB, into my order entry. From there, I trade. I don't use Brokerage Plus. But what are you talking about? Are you talking about using Brokerage Plus? I mean, are you talking about using Brokerage Plus and trying to trade from within Trade Ideas using Brokerage Plus connected to IB? I just have to, I would like to know. That's all. John, can you hear me? Okay, but okay, are you using the external linking tool to connect up Interactive Brokers though? Tools external linking, or are you using Brokerage Plus? At any rate, I don't know of others who are having the same issue, so it may be just completely on your end, but I can't help. But it would be nice to know. All I'm asking, are you using the external linking tool to connect to Interactive Brokers like I do, or are you using Brokerage Plus to connect to Interactive Brokers, or do you know? Yeah, no bueno, guys, on the palm. POM. Okay, I'm just waiting for a link for Dan when he starts his YouTube stream at noon. I don't have the link yet. I don't know if I don't know if he's created it yet. Ah, okay. So you got it already. So I'm just waiting for Steve has not given it to me yet, but okay. So Pepe just put the link in, guys. So I hope when I copy it. So for those of you who are in YouTube, Dan will start a new YouTube stream, okay? And that is it. Don't go yet. He's not there yet. Go around noon Eastern. And Pepe put, and I'll put it also in this area right here. Stocks only. So that is a link. Don't go yet. Dan is not there yet. I guess if you go though, it'll just say it hasn't. Oh, he's there. Okay, he's there. Excuse me. He's there. So you can click on the link now, and Dan is there. You know what? I think I'll take my break now then. Okay, guys. So I'm going to take my break now. And where's our secretary, Dwayne? Is he? Are you around? Probably earlier than 1 p.m. But okay, guys, so I'll take my break now. So I've got to mute myself in the YouTube room, and but anybody in YouTube, click on that link, and you'll get to the CEO of Trade Ideas. He'll be talking for probably about an hour. Okay, so I'm muting myself now in the YouTube room. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm keeping an eye on this POM, POM, in case it takes out five later on. And Pepe, I love how I was listening to a little bit of what Dan was talking about, and sounded like he was just having a private chat with you. Yeah. So, John, I saw. Hopefully, you went to info at trade-ideas.com. I'm not sure how I can't help you. Okay. But Chris probably can. Okay. Hopefully, you saw my message. I said go to info at trade-ideas.com. What I would like you to try, though, is just see if you can establish a link normally without using Brokerage Plus. So yeah, so try to because that'll at least tell me that you can connect using Trade Ideas and IB without any problem. So you know how to do that, right? Just click on Tools and then External Linking, and then follow the instructions. Add the link, put your pointer into your order entry in Interactive Brokers. Click and with you can add the link, put the pointer in your order entry in Interactive Brokers, hit the shift key. Then the other thing you have to do though is go to the rules and make sure you pick Interactive Brokers Live. Okay? Let me know if that works at least. Yeah, it doesn't seem to. Well, I have okay. They them trades. It's the link has been established for me forever, and it almost doesn't matter whether I shut down Trade Ideas first or IB first or Open IB first or it almost doesn't matter for me anyway. Been doing it for a long time now, since 2016, and I haven't even paid attention to how I open or the order. Now, I have to admit, I open Trade Ideas first and then IB in the morning, yes, but closing it down, it could be TI first or IB first. Anyway, so but look at this cipher. What a move. Look at this 2-minute chart, guys, for cipher. Straight blue all the way up. So when I don't know if Dan is finished yet, but when Dan finishes, I'm going to ask Pepe, what did he think? Because he kept talking to you. You got to watch this, Pepe. So he definitely demonstrated the idea of how you can create your own price alerts in your using your price alerts window, of course, and then trading them as they trigger automatically in the money machine. So now you've got control, and I see how he sort of bracketed them too. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:04. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. I don't know how long this promo code is still alive for, or the promo codes. All right. So if you do click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So there are three promo codes you can use: 30% off premium annual. Okay. You can get 30% off the premium annual. You can get 22% off the premium monthly for the first month only. And then the other two, the standard monthly, you can get 15% off the first month only, or 15% off the entire year of a standard subscription. Scroll down, you can get the trade of the week right here. Keep it simple, get the trade of the week. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, okay, you click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. Very first thing you must do, if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that first video. And then you can watch, they're very short videos that should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to even try us even for a month. Okay. See how you like it. Back to basics if you're new to trading. This is for you. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos. If you're new to trading, and last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, and here they are. Okay. So I have a bunch of scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running myself, but doesn't mean you can't take a look at them. I don't have the momentum scan or the gap scan or the normal or the combo Pepe scan. I don't have them up and running. Ones I do have up and running, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. These two I don't have on my homepage. The large cap movers, either up or down. If you want them, if you want it, you can. If you want either one, just let me know. I'll pop the link in. Look at POM, guys. POM getting close to 5 again. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down, and here is the Halts resumes. Super active today. So, any questions about any of them? Just let me know. So here's another one that, boy, a lot of halts resumes today, guys. BRLS, Borealis Foods. Okay, not a lot of volume though. My minimum in this halts resumes is 20,000 shares, so it's snuck in, but not a lot of volume. Okay, guys, POM $5. POM is $5 now. So will it hold $5? Look at the struggle it had at 5. It's just a number, but it's a psychological number to get through. That's the high of the day is up here at 504. So I got a price alert right around 5, and I'll put a price alert at 504. May take it out later on. Some volume came in right there, popped it up, but the volume did not persist. Okay, Wimpy. How's that? Not bad, right? William, Wimpy. Is Dan done yet? It's 1:10. He must be done by now, right? You got a little, flowery today. It really doesn't matter. Well, SSS, assuming you're in the States, okay, which I'm sure you are. I mean, it depends. If you're looking to short more often than not, though E-Trades does seem to have shorts available more so than they used to. I really can't tell you. I mean, I've been using Interactive Brokers for years, so but I'm in Canada. I can't take advantage of the money machine because not an auto mode. Well, I could, but I have to pay a commission. You know, there's no free commission in Canada, not with IB, and I don't have E-Trade in Canada. The only thing I hear about E-Trade is that sometimes in the first 5-10 minutes, it might be hard to get a fill. You know, they get it. IB, I've never had an issue. I would say typically IB probably has more shorts available, but again, I think E-Trade is certainly caught up. But if you don't care about shorting, but I mean, if I am partial to Interactive Brokers, but and you of course have access to free commissions. Okay, so E-Trade, so William has E-Trade, so E-Trade will fill you. They just won't let you know what you got for 5 minutes or so. I probably wouldn't want to do that if I were auto trade, if because you've got to manage the exits. So if you don't know you're in a trade, you're only talking in the first 5 minutes or so, though, right, William? 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so if you're going to actively trade, then in the first 5 to 10 minutes using the money machine, um, E-Trade doesn't seem like the way to do it. Now, if you want to wait 15 minutes, I suppose it doesn't matter. Now, the price alert thing, I caught just a little bit about what Dan was talking about. I think there's, I don't think there's that much to choose from in terms of execution, SSS, in terms of speed. But then again, I've never had E-Trade, so I have no problems with IB. Yeah, so that whole thing about being able to assign your price alerts to the money machine is pretty interesting, I have to admit. All depends when you set them. I think I went over this earlier because, for instance, here I have a price alert for Palm at 5. Do I wanna take it if it like 100% if it gets, activated? Probably not. I mean, I wanna know about it, but I'm not sure I would wanna auto trade. All right, guys. Time is it now? 1:15. So I've not been able to follow any of my small gap breakouts today. I see DraftKings on the move a little bit here after being beaten up for many, many days. I'm going to put the question out there. Is anybody using Hood or one of the predictive betting websites as opposed to just using, all these websites? You got to do your own work. Okay. Got to figure out who you want to bet on and all that. Anybody using one of the predictive betting websites? Because this is what really threw off DraftKings. At least that's what I've read. Do they really? I Interactive Brokers also has predictive. Really? Maybe not in Canada. But if what's it called? Just out of curiosity, what is it called? They them trades. Are you saying IB has like Hood has a predictive betting website or part of their forecast trader on the platform? Okay, let's see if I have that in Canada. Possible we don't have it in Canada, but I'm just looking at yeah, I don't see anything that's called forecast trader. Let me type it in the search. Doesn't look like it's available in Canada then. Yeah, I don't think it's available. All right, guys. Well, Palm is making another foray into the $5 level. POM. Okay, so that's one, two, kind of three, and four. That is tried to get up to and through five. That is for the POM. Available in Spain. Really? So, Ovi, do you go to just file and then new window and then look and then just take a look all the way down until you see forward forecast trader? Or is there another area? Hmm. Oh, sometimes the simplest answer is right in front of me. I didn't even look over right. Okay, IBR. Okay, IBKR, forecast trader. Okay, but can you use it for sports? Yeah, no, I do see it now. I was looking. I went to file the new window, and I looked down. I thought maybe, but I do see it. So here it is. I'm looking for sports, though. Election, technology. Interesting. Yes, Interactive Brokers. Yes, works with the Money Machine. Yes, the three that work right now are Interactive Brokers, E Trade, and Alpaca. And I think they're trying to add TradeStation. Now, understand. I don't listen. I don't know what's going to happen. When and if it is available to do live trading, yes, you'll need our premium service. But remember, last over a year ago, there were 100 people that signed up for it. Now, whether those 100 people are still around, okay, Shady, I have to give you some kudos. My yes, I decided. I didn't go I didn't go a lot in this, but I decided to take some of this SBRB, and I'm just noticing it just popped up to 171. So if it gets to $500, like he said, even if it gets up to 230, that'll be you don't need a lot of shares. Yeah, so Pepe is saying that thinking that the live trading with the money machine is ways off still. And you now, Pepe, I jokingly, maybe you didn't hear this, but I was jokingly saying that he seemed like he was having a conversation just with you. Pepe, you're going to love this. Pepe, watch this. What did you think of the demonstration though with the price alerts? Because I know one of your things is being able to use EMAs and all that. So if you can put EMAs, etc., on your chart and then just put price alerts around, a level that you like. What did you think of it? I caught just a bit of it. He was talking about bracketing things and how it could move down and then up, and because that's actually something that I think. I mean, if I had available, if it was available to me, it's just that I cannot. It's just not available commission free to me. But I wonder if it's that the biggest deal. So I'm assuming though, because I didn't listen to everything. So if you only wanted to be in three and three triggered, and then you wanted to trade out of one, then what happens if one is triggered, if another one is triggered, but you're already in three, it's just going to bypass that one. It will wait for the next one that triggered, I'm assuming. Yeah, you can certainly be more selective. It all depends on how good you are putting price alerts. I mean, it's because not every price alert you wanna take just because you get a price alert. Exactly, it just jumps in, and that to me is still kind of the problem because, look, in theory, unless something is moving insanely fast, so unless something is moving insanely fast, when you get when I get a price alert, it pops up on my screen, I click on the alert, then I decide, do I wanna trade it or not? Now, taking it automatically, yeah, I guess if it's moving insanely fast and you've got a limit outside the actual alert of, I don't know, 5 or 10 cents. So, yeah, so I mean, I think for people who, how can I phrase this correctly? Anyway, a work in progress to be for sure. Okay, guys, 127. So again, around 2 o'clock, I will 1,000 shares. Okay, I'll take that, Shady. Or $1,000. Again, I didn't obviously go crazy on this, but I took a few shares and I'm 2 shares and I'm making money now, but yeah, I'm going to hold on and just see, maybe get the jackpot on this. I'm not thinking it's going to be $1,000, but gets up to 200, 250, I'd be happy. Bull, guys, is now starting to move. Bull is now over 12 and starting to move over the VWAP. Anyway, yeah, so it's an interesting concept anyway, to be able to put your own it's really, it's about, you know, putting good price alerts, really. Well, I'll tell you what, Shady, if, and this is probably something you never thought I'd say, if it goes to 1,000 bucks, I'm on team Shady. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:31, so maybe another 30 minutes left for me, and I'll be taking off unless there are questions. I'll always stick around for questions. Oh, 2 o'clock. You're right. The minutes, well, I'll be here at 2, so I'm not leave I don't leave before 2. I think this is probably an ETF, right? METU. That's for Meta, yes. So this is the bull. So if you think so, obvious. Well, Meta is not up that much. It's only up 0.85%, I guess, approximately. This is an ETF for Meta, though, two times. So you get two times the move. So if Meta keeps moving, what's your next high over here? 42.12. Look at that palm, guys. I mean, it is just does not want to go through five. POM. One, two, sort of three and four and five and six times on a 2 minute, twice on a 15-minute chart, trying to get through five. And now look at it. Now it's starting to drop. Well, doesn't look like it's going to take out five, guys. Getting close to the VWAP, POM, getting close to the VWAP. Other one ripping a little bit here, guys, is Amazon. So Amazon itself, this is another two timer, right into the 200-day moving average. Let me take a look at Amazon. It should be doing the same thing, just a different price, of course, but should be getting into the 200-day. And the answer is, where is the 200-day moving average? So it's funny, the two-time ETF is getting into the 200-day, but this is not. Maybe that's not funny. Maybe I don't quite understand how that works. But interestingly, we have the Amazon and we have Meta, a couple of the ETFs designed specifically for those two high large cap stocks. So if you think Amazon is going to keep recovering, this is a way in which you can play it a lot cheaper, lots, good liquidity. But remember, this moves. If Amazon, the stock starts moving down, say it moves down a point, this will move down 2 points, 2%. Okay, just so you know. And this, Palm is a good example of why I don't anticipate. Could have said, you know what, it's going to happen. So I'm going to take some right around here, just underneath five, because I think it's going to take out five. Now, I would, even if I'd done that, I would have had a stop, of course. But you know what? I just don't anticipate. It's got to hit an alert for me to pay attention to it. Okay, guys. Let's see. Anything else happen? 1:38. Another 20 minutes for me, guys. Unless you have questions. Boy, here's another one with a lot of room, I think. Yeah, look at this MRX, a lot of room, 33.65, almost $2 to that next high. Been a nice steady one on the 2 minute. Kind of boring, actually, though. Kind of just flattened out for a long time. Okay, guys, look, I'm going to put myself on mute. And I'll come back on the mic if there's a question. Oops. Okay, so if you got a question, I'll get back on the mic. Okay. Okay, Michael, I see your question in our YouTube room. You're completely new to the platform, looking how to utilize the trade wave function and money making machine functions. Well, if you're talking about the money machine, it's not available yet. Okay, for live trading, it's only available in simulation trading. But what I would like to ask you though is, have you gone through at least the short videos to get you started? Now, if you haven't, I want to put that link in. If you haven't done that yet, when you say completely new, are you talking like within days or hours? Because if you haven't done this yet, and I'm going to, if you click on my homepage link, I just put it underneath your statement, your post. So if you click on it, this is what you're going to see. And if you get down to the education section, click on the more info. If you haven't done this yet, first thing you must do is this: scroll down to the getting started. I don't know if you've done that yet. Can you let me know if you've done it? Because this covers all the important aspects of trade ideas. It's not going to make you an expert, but at least it gets you started. Okay, understanding what. Whoops. So, so can you answer me that, Michael Rose, in our YouTube room? Have you done the getting started with trade ideas? Okay. All right. Well, of course, the program is only as complicated. I mean, it depends on your trading style. As you know, then if you had it for a month, you can create your own scans and all of that, but you have to have some kind of trading experience, I suppose, in order to create a scan. You have to know what you're looking for. So, as far as now, the money machine is just in, call it alpha. Okay, it's not available for live trading. You have to have our premium service. If you have our premium service, and you can have access to it in simulation mode. But as far as TradeWave is concerned, have you been able to activate TradeWave like on the charts? Do you see a wave on the charts? If you don't, I can show you how you can get the wave on your charts. So can you answer me that question first? Have you been able to activate the TradeWave on your charts? If not, I'll show you how. And anybody else who's listening, of course. Yes, no. Okay. So let me show you how. Okay. So I'm going to do it on this daily chart. I don't, I, on my 2 minute and my 15 minute, I have it activated. You can see the wave. So hopefully this will make sense what I'm going to do. So first thing you do is you right click on your chart and a box pops up and you should see near the bottom something that says use browser interface. Okay. And you click on that use browser interface and you click on it. So first of all, let me know if you saw that. If not, it's because your chart is too, okay, your chart is too small. What do you mean, John Michael? What is all this? You're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so that's what all this is. And okay, you do see. So if you do see the little icons up, okay, so to the left of the anchor, there's an anchor. Hopefully you can see that anchor. To the left, there's something called indicators. You click on that, indicators, and a little pop-up happens. One of them is TradeWave. Okay. And then when you click on TradeWave, TradeWave is activated for you. Give me a moment. There we go. So TradeWave is activated. It's a toggle on and off. Okay. So if you click it again, it'll turn off. But did you see where you can click on TradeWave? And then you click on it, and then you should get the wave on your chart. That's the first step. Okay. Getting the wave on your chart. Never mind the color right now, but I just want to make sure you have the wave on the chart. Okay, you did not see it as an option. Okay. So when you say you don't see it as an option, you mean you don't see these icons that on the left, there's a heart, then there's a clock, there's an anchor. To the left of the anchor is so you don't see those options. Is that what you mean? Because more than likely your chart is too small. Look what happens if I shrink down my chart. You see? You don't see anything. So what you have to do is more than likely you go to the top of the chart, and then when it turns into the sort of the north south indicator, left click on your mouse so you can now drag the chart up. You might have to drag it up even and drag it up so you can see these options up here. Oh, you do okay. It is like it looks like three candles. You see when you click on that, you don't see TradeWave as an option. Okay, what version of Trade Ideas do you have? That's the only thing I can think of. You see the icons, but when you click on that, you do not see TradeWave. Is that what you're saying? See, and the problem with YouTube is that there's about a 5 to 8 second delay. So, what version of Trade Ideas do you have, Michael? Because that might be the reason. You must be on at least. So, if you click on Help and About, tell me the version that you've got. Now, you won't have. I'm on a development version, but tell me the version that you've got. What does it say? Yeah, that's probably the reason, Michael. You have to be on a later version of Trade Ideas. Okay. If you downloaded it months ago, that's probably the reason. So you'll have to download a later version. It's okay, you won't lose 104. 104. I just don't know if that's late enough. But do yourself a favor, go to the can you if you go to our homepage, download what's called the alpha version, okay? Because if you want to practice simulation trading with our money machine, that's the version you have to have anyway, okay? And it's a fine version, okay? There's nothing wrong with it. 104 does have it. Hmm. Wonder why he doesn't see it. But if you wanna use the money machine in simulation mode, you have to download the alpha version anyway. So, when you click on the indicators, are you okay, what are you seeing when you click on the indicators? Are you seeing anything? Any box popping up? Well, I asked him, I asked him if he has, used browser interface, if it's checked, and you said yes. It's gotta be checked. Use browser interface has to be checked. See what I'm pointing at? And very, very poor pun, William, very poor, or very good. Because that has to be checked. Okay, so it is checked. So how is it possible then and you see the heart, you see the clock, I don't even know what this is. This is chart type, okay, and then right beside the chart type, this little icon, so in between the chart type and the anchor is the indicators, and you click on that, and if you're not getting TradeWave, I don't know how to help you. Ah. So do yourself a favor anyway, Michael, download the alpha, okay, because if you wanna take advantage of the simulator, money machine in the simulation mode, like you say you want to, you're gonna have to download the alpha version of Trade Ideas. Okay. So I guess what you have is FX. Okay, you have as one of the options up here, it'll say FX. But download the alpha because again, you want to use the simulator. That's the only way you can use it. You can't use it with that version of 1.04. Won't take long. Then when you do that, if you're still listening, then when you do that, then you'll have those icons, and then it's that icon that we were pointing at, that'll have, TradeWave, and then at least it'll get the TradeWave on your screen. Alright, guys, it's 1:54, so, yeah, I will hang around till, and I'll actually Michael, if you're still listening, I'll hang around till you download, and then, we'll get your TradeWave working. Now the TradeWave, I'll show you how I use it. I'm not looking for the buy or sell flags, but what I find it helps me to do is keep in a trade a lot longer just by following the wave. That's how I use it. And there's probably, I mean, I'll put up a SPY 1 minute chart at 2 o'clock. Sure, there's nothing outstanding that's going to happen coming out of the minutes, but usually there's a little action. There's usually a little SPY action, regardless, even if there's no presser at 2:30. I guess that is next month. Or they have 8 a year. I guess you've told me that a few times. Somebody's told me that a few times. 8 a year. Cafe au lait, PKT. Good. Bonjour. Hello. Coming in late today. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, guys. 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. Yeah, a little over 2 minutes to the minutes. Okay, so Michael, you got the. I'll just very quickly though. So you did get the trade wave activated, right? Now you do see it. Right click, use browser interface, and then you do see the trade wave now to activate it. It should in the indicator section, trade wave activated. Now, just to let you know, I don't know if you were around when I was just mentioning this. The way I use it, I just use it. I don't care that much. I mean, if I saw a buy flag really early, maybe I would get interested. But most of the time, what happens is I get into a trade, and then this, had I been in this trade right here, the MRX, and if I got in this trade down here, what happens is the wave keeps me in the trade a lot longer, unless it turns orange on me, like this. This is on a daily chart, of course, but then it just allows me to keep in the trade a lot longer. That's how I use it. Okay. Now we don't have alerts when a buy flag hits or a sell flag hits. We don't have a real-time alert, but it just helps me to keep in the trade a lot longer than I ever used to be able to. Especially if you take some off, sometimes you get a little piercing of the cloud. Doesn't turn color, but you get a little piercing of the cloud with one of the bars. And when that happens, I usually take some off. In the old days, I'd probably be out of the entire trade. Okay, so it just allows me to keep in the trade a lot longer than I ever used to be able to. It's more of it's just a nice visual aid. That's all that's what it is for me. It's a visual aid. I do remember that, Grumpy, when Arcadia. What's happening with that one? RKDA. I don't think it's Arcadia, but it is Arcadia. Jeez. Hey, first of all, I want to get rid of the browser interface on my daily chart. I don't want it on my daily chart. Yeah, 257. I think that was the high, 257. Oh, I'm wrong. 265. But it's having a nice day, actually. Completely collapsed after that, but it's having a nice day today. Great day today. Wonder why. I don't see any news on it. Not that there has to be news, but low float, 1.3 million in the float. I don't see any news on it though. All right. Well, I'm sorry, guys. 2 o'clock came and went. So no, I'll put a 5 minute chart up or a 1 minute chart up. Thank you, Pepe. Yeah. Well, it didn't disrupt anything, and I guess on his system because he doesn't have it buffered at all. Even like a half a second outage, like a little blip, that's going to that's obviously what happened in the main room, but not on YouTube or anything else. I got my music never stopped. Yeah, nothing else stopped. But I think I said this morning, the British gentleman in Interactive Brokers came on and said, "Yes, IB did this morning, not yesterday though, not that I recall anyway. IB, and it didn't stop. I mean, it was just a brief flip. You know how it says something to do with a connection, whatever he says. Ti did, yes. Ti, yes, Ti for the first time ever, just just booted me right out. Not just froze, it actually just stopped. You're right, but IB did not. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions, so I think what I'll do is I will take off. I didn't get William or Obi. What time today? 3:30 to 3:30 to 3:45. One of you? Yes. Okay. So William ish. Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm going to be taking off now. For YouTubers, if you want, you can come into the main room. I'll show you how you can do that. That room will be open till between 3:30 and 3:45. I am feel fine, Ron, about getting in and out of trades quickly using Interactive Brokers. I've never had an issue. I've had it for since 2016, so I've never noticed. I've never felt myself getting steamed about not getting in or out of a trade quickly. So that's just my experience, of course. So YouTubers, if you want to come into the main room, it's still going to be open after I leave. I do have to shut YouTube down though. But if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and right here, trading room. Okay, here's how you can get into the main room. A lot of traders are still there until 3:30 to 3:45 ish. Okay. Okay, don't see any questions, so I think I will take off now. So thanks for all the help all day long, guys. The main room will be open at 6:45 tomorrow morning, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I will get the YouTube room open around 8:30 to 8:40, and I'll get on the mic in both rooms at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to mute myself in the main room and stop the screen sharing. And now I'm shutting down the our YouTube room.